What's up, everybody? I'm ready to redeem myself and defeat this tiger demon. I know I said I was going to wait and play later, but I had the time and I did some off screen training. So I'm ready to redeem myself and take out this tiger demon guy. So let's go. What's up, Moon Man? Yeah, it already kicked me. So I know I said I was gonna wait and play, but I want to redeem myself and take out this tiger demon really bad. I did some off-screen training, and I'm just ready to take him on. Like I had some free time. I just got done doing some yard work. I want to relax and play video games. So, all right, let's get it going where you guys can see everything. All right, I'm ready to redeem myself. I kept getting whooped yesterday. Now, full disclosure, I did do some off-screen training, like I said. Um, but I think I'm ready to take this guy down. So let's just see how it goes. I got the cloning technique. I fought like a stone golem. I did a few things off screen, but I wanted to wait and fight this guy and redeem myself publicly because he kept whooping me yesterday. So let's do it. Ooh. It still hurts, but it's not as bad as it did. This armor makes a huge difference. All right. Oh, that was robbery. What's up, Accelerator? Just trying to redeem myself from the whooping I kept getting yesterday from this guy. He's about to kill me again. Dang. I was way closer that time than I was last time, though. Fix this mic a little bit. All right, I'm going to mobilize him this time after I build up some. Also need to remember his moves like I was before. Let's do it. Oh, what the heck? Ah, I need to be less scared to use healing stuff. Oh, that's I kind of got robbed there. Said Frieza's the main villain of the franchise. Is that a telling villain? I think they're trying to make him like the big bad in comparison to most other villains. But yeah, I mean, when you factor in the entire series, he's definitely not the main villain for sure. Ah, I got too hungry there. I got way too hungry. I do think Frieza has the potential to be the main villain of Dragon Ball, but he's just not. You know, there is no main villain of Dragon Ball. But because Frieza has such a strong relationship with both Goku and Vegeta, he's definitely one of the more relevant villains for sure. Come on, do your little sword attack. You want to do it. Oh, what the heck, dude! I keep getting robbed with that attack. So far too Sega for you. I ended up fighting that extra boss you told me about. Have you got a least favorite villain in Dragon Ball? Who could have been written better? I'll have to think about that for a minute. Does it have to be a main villain? So, do you know who that extra boss is that you fight in the when you ring all the bells? Do you know who that is from Journey to the West? I'm curious if you know. Oh, any of them. I'll think about it for a minute. Written better. Could have been written better. Um, I don't really have any issues with how any of the villains are written for the most part. I'd really have to think about that because for the most part, I'm a fan of how most of the characters are written. So I don't know. Okay, so that extra boss, actually, that first stage is entirely themed um, around a chapter from Journey to the West. Basically, the first chapter that Trippy and Taka and Sun Wukong are together. That's the reason that the Black Bear Demon is the main villain. But anyway, in that story, one of the leader. So essentially, like Wukong and Trippy Taka are like looking for refuge, right? And they find a monastery, and the monks at the monastery try to burn them alive to take his clothing because it's worth like a lot of money. And after they try to do that and survive, Sun Wukong comes after them, and they inform him that the black bear demon took his clothing or whatever. And so that monk that you fight is one of the monks, the main monk, that stole the garb he became a demon in the storyline. Yeah, I don't know if you saw like the first like cartoon cutscene after you beat chapter 1. I'm assuming you beat chapter 1 by now. Um, that little cartoon that they show after you beat part 1 is in reference to that chapter of Journey to the West. That's the reason it shows the little monk. That's the reason it shows the temple burning, and that's also the reason. Um, that's also the reason they show the black bear like bringing the coin to the monk, because they're basically pointing out that like the black bear demon fed into the greed of the monks, and in this version of the story, they become demons. So this game definitely doesn't explain Journey to the West to people. That's for sure, because I guarantee you, most people who watched that little animated cutscene from the West had absolutely no idea what was going on. I think I did get an item. I can't remember what it was. Are there any American cartoons that I like at all? I like all kinds of American cartoons. I grew up watching Cartoon Network. I love all kinds of Western cartoons, especially comedy-based Western cartoons. All right, transform before I walk in. I'll read the chat after I get done trying to fight him. If I die or if I beat him or whatever. Ooh, that hurt. Dang. Okay, so I probably did get that item. I grew up watching like Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, that era of Cartoon Network. That's what was popular whenever I was watching it. You know, like the old school Toonami, Dragon Ball Z days. See you, Accelerator. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Ouch. I was so close this time. Uh, yeah, I watched Johnny Bravo. I did. Johnny Bravo was an awesome show. Um, Dexter's Lab was probably like one of my favorite from back then. I love Dexter's Lab, and then like Fairly Odd Parents was like as I was getting older. And then SpongeBob and stuff like that came in. Uh, but yeah, I love all that stuff. I think it's hilarious. Arguably, a big part of my humor came from those types of cartoons. He's not putting up with my bullshit, is he? Oh, I think more than anything, I should be focusing on the techniques that help me survive his crazy attacks. Like the clone move is really convenient, but it doesn't really help me in a situation where he uses like lethal attacks. See, that shouldn't work. That should not hurt me like that. That's ridiculous. Oh, Tony the Tiger, man. Tony the Tiger, bro. Whatever happened to Tony the Tiger? You don't ever see him anymore. Did he retire? I don't blame him if he did. Just a thought, though. Well, that's great. Wasted two of my abilities already. That's awesome. Oh snap! I need to get. I need to pay attention. Okay, I need to figure out how to get past this attack. I know I can dodge it if I time it right, but I want to like counter attack it. There we go. All right. Oh, ah. Where you fought the first prince there, the wall right next to it, you can break. No, if they were going to redesign Tony, I think they did. First of all, I think they did redesign Tony. Second of all, if they were going to redesign him, um, they would have done it already. He's just not around. Like, well, maybe I have some items that'll make this fight easier. Maybe I should start thinking that way. That's kind of dumb that it makes me cut back and forth to that. Oh, oh, that's so annoying. Wait, what are vessels? Bro, I don't know nothing about this game. Yeah, that sucked. I used all those items. What the heck? How did I not dodge that? Do you know where I can get one? Ouch. Damn. Don't mean to get personal with you, but can I just wanted to know, are you mixed? What do you mean by mixed? Mixed with what? Like, what do you think I am, ethnicity wise? Like, what am I a mix of? Far too Sega for you. Hook me up with this vessel, bro. Where do I get it? Whoa, what the hell? Not much, man. Getting my ass whooped by this tiger again. You have it already. You just didn't equip after fighting the secret boss. Oh. Are you black mixed with white, or are you half Spanish? Neither. I will let you guess why I'm so dark complected. And it's not because I'm half Spanish or black. I'll let you just guess. All right, let's see what you're talking about here. I guess I didn't get it, bro. So I guess I need to go back to where the secret boss was and get it. Maybe not. So my mom All right, so I'm going to try something. I'm going to try streaming with the screen smaller, and maybe it'll be less likely to crash if I do it that way. So let's try that. Yeah, my internet's just garbage. That's all it is. So where would this thing be? Did I just lose out on it because I didn't pick it up? That'd be so horrible, bro. Because I don't see anything. I know I picked something up off his body. I know I did. I think I already picked it up, bro, because his body's gone. And I do remember picking something up, so I don't understand what's going on. Well, it kind of seems like I've somehow screwed myself out of this item. So what did this thing do? I'm gonna feel like a total idiot if I just like somehow. But the thing is I very distinctly remember picking something up after I killed him. So I don't know. Is this it? I didn't open this. Oh, the hanging body? I did not check the hanging body. No, I did not. So outside of the temple, there's a hanging body. Are you talking about where you get teleported from? Or are you talking about here at this temple? Because I don't think there's anything out here. Now I remember I remember that body that's hanging there. Oh, okay, okay. I know where you're talking about. All right, I'll just go there then. I know exactly where you're talking about. This will be a good test to see if it crashes once this starts loading. And if it does, I apologize. All right, so it's right past the snake, guys. I am into comic books to some degree. I really like X-Men. I was a huge Spider-Man fan. So unbelievably annoying. Unbelievably annoying. Yeah, we're back for now. I guess maybe what I can do is if I know the game is going to load, maybe I can like stop streaming it and that'll prevent the crash maybe. I don't know. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I really like X-Men. X-Men's got a lot of cool themes. The whole like mutant stuff. Um, the storytelling is really cool with like Magneto. Um, Spider-Man's also a really interesting, cool character. All the stuff that he goes through as a character is really cool. But it doesn't have the same. It's like it's very surface level storytelling in comparison. Like all of the deeper themes are like blatantly painted and pointed out to you in comparison to Dragon Ball because the cultural nuance isn't there. So it's much easier to pick up on that stuff in comic books because you don't have to look through it through any specific cultural lens or anything. Okay, so I need to get to where the snake. Well, yeah, because when I put up my vids, that's not going to be as demanding on my computer or my internet. Not only am I running like a really high end game, my internet is just straight up garbage. So I'm going to talk to my brother about possibly streaming from his house because that will fix this entire issue. Like I'll be able to like stream without any problems at all. Um, so we'll see how that works out. If I do that, I know I keep saying that I'm not going to stream the next day, but this time for real, I'm not streaming tomorrow because I'm playing music tomorrow. And then I also have a gig Friday, and then Saturday I'm taking my mom to see a concert. So I'll be busy for the next 3 days. Teleport to the drunk monkey. Isn't it? Okay. Well, do you remember what the drunk monkey area is called? Isn't this it? The drunk monkey is the area past. Yeah, I'm not. It's not that I like dislike DC. There, because if I travel, the stream might crash again, and I don't want to go through that. So I'm just gonna run there. It'll be worth it. Plus, I can hang out with you guys a bit more and talk to you. So, which is really the main purpose of my stream is just to like interact with you guys. To be honest. So, but yeah, like I like Batman. Okay, Superman's decent. I just think Marvel does a better job with their like scientific explanations and stuff like that for the characters, and I think they just generally make things more interesting. Uh, um, Honestly, DC doesn't have much going for it. I'll be honest with you. Not that the Green Lantern and stuff isn't cool. Like all that stuff's cool. But is it as cool as the mountain of characters that DC has or that Marvel has at their disposal? No. Marvel has so many more cool characters. What do I think about Invincible? Um, I'm not like a huge fan. I don't think it's bad, but I'm not like a huge fan of Invincible or The Boys. Now, I think Invincible handles like the whole like the idea of like a narcissistic superhero better than the boys. I think the boys is like almost silly in how they portray like the hero's narcissism. Um, I think Invincible's much more realistic in that sense. I liked Invincible. I'm just not a huge fan of like these brutal uh shows. Like, these super edgy, brutal shows. Like I'm just not a fan. Okay, so this is the second bill. I need to go to the third bill. Yeah, yeah. Marvel has so many interesting, cool characters. They really do. And their personalities. See, I think what Bruce Wayne as a character in DC has going for him is that he is a personality. Like he is, despite the fact that he doesn't have powers and stuff like that, and a lot of people basically like a lot of people have an issue with his character because he does like let the Joker kill people and stuff like that sometimes. Um, you know, he's still got like a cool, distinct personality. He's still got a distinct personality, and most of Marvel, their characters have a very distinct personality that's like appealing. Um, you can't say the thing. You can't say the same thing about DC characters. They're just bland in comparison. Oh, it's the robe that they tried to steal from Journey to the West. That's awesome. Wait, that goes on to my web. Oh, I love Cobra Kai, bro. Don't get me started. Now, don't get me wrong. Cobra Kai can be very cheesy. I'm not a huge fan of like the teenage romance stuff, but that's not what is aimed at me as a fan anyway, because I'm an old school like Karate Kid fan, right? So it's not aimed at me in that way anyway. Um, that's for like the newer fans that they're trying to appeal to or whatever. But of course, I like Cobra Kai. It's got all that martial arts philosophy and stuff that I talk about in my videos concerning Dragon Ball. It's got all the same stuff. I don't know, man. DC's just never been it to me. It's interesting because like I actually so back when I used to watch Boomerang sometimes, the Super Friends would come on, I don't know if you guys remember the Super Friends, but the Super Friends was more entertaining to me than any like any modern DC stuff because it was at least funny. Now, Justice League was decent on Cartoon Network back in the day. It was decent, but that's all I can say about it is it's decent. I mean, I'm a huge Robert Downey Jr. fan. I'm a huge Iron Man fan. Um, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about him coming back to play Doom. Uh, it could be cool. I think the comic line that they're playing off of is cool. I don't really have any like strong feelings on it. I am a huge fan of Robert Downey Jr. as an actor and as a person. Uh, Arguably, my two favorite Marvel superheroes are Iron Man and um, Doctor Strange. So I liked Teen Titans growing up, the original Teen Titans. Like I liked Teen Titans whenever it was big when I was younger. Um, so that's a DC thing that I like. I like the old school '90s Batman cartoon. Most of the DC stuff that I like is animated. Uh, I think my issue with most of DC stuff, in terms of like, I don't know, man. Like, you guys tell me if you agree with me, but it just seems like the DC movies are bland. You guys can let me know how you feel about that statement, but that's how I feel about it. I think that most of the DC films are bland and they try way too hard and it comes off. I don't know. I don't. It's not like okay. It's not like you can't make a good DC film. The Batman films are arguably the best like live action films like in the like for the DC universe. Um, it's not that you can't make a good DC film. It's not that you can't like make the like take the characters and make a good film. It's that whoever they put in charge of the films in most cases just doesn't do a good job. Like that's kind of how it seems to me. Like there are a few Marvel movies that are like that too, like that god awful like Fantastic Four movie that came out a while back. Uh, there are some flops in that way as well, but okay, I'm gonna travel. If it crashes, I will be right back. Okay, it might take me a minute, but I'll be back. All right, I'm back. And I was just informed by my wife that my Ethernet cable was not even plugged up over there in the router. So that would completely explain why this just keeps crashing over and over again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fight the tiger guy until I beat him, and then I'm going to end the stream. And then next time, I'm going to make sure that the Ethernet cable is plugged up, and hopefully my streams will be more stable from now on. Because I asked her, I was like, I checked my internet, and I was like, I'm supposed to be plugged into Ethernet. And then I looked, and it says Wi-Fi, and I was like, oh no, no wonder it's crashing. So it shouldn't crash again because I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna fight this tiger guy until I beat him. But hopefully next time I stream next week, it'll be more stable because I'll make sure it's plugged in. I thought it was plugged in this whole time, and I did plug it in the day before I went to stream. But somebody over there has unplugged it for some reason. Probably the router got hot or something. There's no telling. So what exactly? So okay. So what does this thing do? Holding right trigger and clicking the left stick. Is this useful in? Is this useful against this guy? Screw it. I'll just try it. See what happens. I didn't even want to fight him anymore because my phone is blocking my health for one thing. For another thing, I have this annoying StreamYard is sharing. All right. Looks like that thing is pretty much useless, but I'm sure it will come in handy for something else at some point. It just doesn't look like it's going to help in this fight. Whoa, I can't believe I survived that. I just blew my own mind. Ow, dude, will you chill? Holy crap. You have faith in James Gunn? I mean, that's understandable. What, you don't like Schneider? Snyder's Peak, though. Ow. God dang, dude. I'm doing worse. Any horror movies that I like? Do I like the movie version of The Watchmen? It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I do remember it being pretty good. At least that's what I thought at the time. It's been so long since I've seen it, I honestly don't know. I'm not a huge fan of horror. I heard a really scary story about the effect that horror films can have on your brain. And I've just never been a fan. It doesn't really do anything for me. It's like I understand some people they like the thrill of what's happening in the film. Like I understand the appeal of horror movies, but in terms of like liking them, not really. You know what? I do remember back in the day. I don't know if you remember this or not, but back in the day when they started doing like the versus films for like different horror films, I thought that was cool. Like the Freddy versus Jason, Alien versus Predator, stuff like that. I actually kind of like the crossover films better than just because they're not necessarily horror movies. They're kind of like fan service, you know. And they're like what if battles, kind of. So I kind of like that. Um, damn it. The only movie you enjoyed from Snyder is Man of Steel. I mean, I can see why you would think they're bad because they're not actually horror movies. Although I will say, like what they did with Alien versus Predator, where like there's like, ugh, the aliens are eating babies and stuff. Ugh, I can't stand it. Stuff. I guess that's kind of why I don't like the genre is because they're always trying to top themselves in some like disturbing way. It's just like I don't know. I just don't get the appeal. But if you like it, that's fine. Everybody's got different tastes. Like there's probably valid reasons to like it. I'm just not a big fan. How am I doing worse, bro? How am I doing worse than I was before? This is insane. Who would be Team Freddy? If you're not Team Jason, now don't get me wrong, Jason's not a good guy or whatever, but at least he's like misunderstood. Freddy's just an asshole. How did, bro? This is annoying the hell out of me. I'm literally doing exactly what I was doing to dodge these attacks before, and it's doing the opposite. I don't get it. Which video games? Yeah. Jason's backstory is more of a tragic backstory, whereas like Freddy is like a legit evil, maniacal, demonic asshole. Like, if you're Team Freddy, you've got issues for sure. He's just wrecking me. Oh, Mortal Kombat. Uh, yeah, of course I played Mortal Kombat. The Lion King video game. So wait a minute. What do you mean by? Do you just mean like '90s video games in general? Because of course I played those. I was a huge game. I used to enter like video game tournaments. I was in a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 tournament at my local comic convention whenever I was younger. Played against a bunch of little Asian kids. Oh shit! He's out in my. Well, people like Chucky, Michael Myers, and Ghostface. I mean, I know of their existence. I watched their movies when I was younger. Um, just never was a big fan, you know. Like, I just think, look, the horror genre. If you like it, that's fine. I don't have an issue with anybody liking it. I'm sure there are perfectly valid reasons for liking it, but to me, it's just like an incentive to like be as disturbing and gruesome and stuff as humanly possible. And it's just like, I don't find that kind of a stuff appealing. It's like, for example, you see this giant pool of blood in front of me. Like, I can deal with that because it's in a video game. But if I see like realistic looking blood, it kind of freaks me out. Now, the reason for that is, and that wasn't always the case. I used to be able to see stuff like that and it didn't bother me a bit. Like, I used to watch. Now, okay, I will say the Evil Dead films and Army of Darkness, I love those movies. I love those movies. So I do have some horror stuff that I like in that sense because I do love those specific films. But in general, I'm not a huge fan. Ash as a character is just appealing to me, I guess. Um, yeah, I love Ash. So I do love the Evil Dead films. Um, but like I can't handle seeing like really gruesome violence. Not because like I'm like it's not necessarily that I'm like squeamish. It's like a weird reaction that I have to seeing blood that all started. So one day, my son ran into one of the end tables in our house, and he had like a big scar on his head. And I don't know if you know this, but if you hit your forehead, you bleed more than average. Like your forehead bleeds more than like most of your body. So when my son hit his head, he had like blood squirting out of his head, and it was awful because I was wearing a white shirt at the time, and I remember carrying him into the hospital. Kind of like I was just like erratic. I was distraught because I thought something was like seriously wrong with him because he was losing so much blood. And I remember like telling the doctors like, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you like freaking out the way I am?" Like they were about to kick me out of the hospital because I was freaking out so bad, and they were like, "All we got to do is just like put a stitch in," and it wasn't an actual stitch; it was like those makeshift stitch things that they put on you. I don't know exactly how they function or whatever, but like the doctors were just being kind of like cold and neutral to the situation. And I remember going to the hospital, freaking out and being like, "How can you guys like not take this super seriously? Like something could like seriously be wrong with my son." And of course, nothing was. He had just lost a lot of blood because you lose a lot of blood when you hit your forehead. But ever since like seeing my son like covered in blood and like being covered in his blood, like on my white t-shirt, like ever since that experience, like me and blood have kind of had like an iffy relationship. And I was not like that prior to that incident. I was not like that at all. And it's not like a conscious thing where I'm like, "Oh god, I hate blood." It's not like that at all. It's like a weird um I wouldn't call it a phobia because I can handle it to a degree. It's just, I guess it just kind of brings that memory back. I guess I don't know. I don't know exactly why it bothers me so much, but it does. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't call it a phobia. I don't think that's what it is at all. I just think uh, that same feeling that I had when I was like seeing my son in that condition. I think my brain and like my psychology just kind of associates blood with that day and that scenario. You know. And plus, I don't. I just don't like seeing people hurt and stuff. Like I get no pleasure out of it. Like I don't. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that like the appeal is, but not necessarily that in horror movies. It's like you yourself also being scared, like you're part. But like seeing people get killed is also part of the experience, and I'm not a big fan of that. I don't care about that. Why am I not healing like I was before? That's weird. Oh, so unbelievably close. I grew up hating horror films too because every time I watched them as a kid, my family always jump scared me. So when I go to bed, it was hard for me to fall asleep because I keep thinking about the movie. Yeah, I think a lot of kids have that issue. Um, I don't know what you mean by the true fan of Journey to the West. I'm definitely a huge fan of Journey to the West, obviously. I'm getting so upset. Just got to keep a positive mindset, though. All right, so I don't have any more healing stuff. He's not even at halfway health. I basically have to play perfect to beat him at this point. Let's see if I can do it. Nope. I have to save my my cloud technique for when he does it, because there's just no way of dodging it unless you like do that little thing I've been doing where you're like next to you basically like wall hug. That's the only way I found that you can like make him like miss that attack. Otherwise, it's like it seems like it's unblockable. Either that or my timing is just horrible. I definitely feel like saving my abilities for like the latter half of the match would come in handy if I could make it that long. That was not smart. He's getting pissed. I don't blame him. He starts pulling out that sword after I get him past half health, so that's why I think that I really should try to save my abilities. I don't know about any YouTubers, but definitely look into Derek Pajula. He wrote the books, the Tao of Dragon Ball. He talks about very similar things to me in books, not on YouTube. Um, I don't know. I think people have tried to do content like I do. Like I've seen other people like try, you know, but I've never seen anybody that I feel like I should recommend. I guess JD with the degrees is decent because he kind of knows his stuff. Uh, kind of not like I do, but It's like automatically locking me off of him. That's really getting on my nerves. Yeah, I agree with you. It is very disappointing. A big portion of the purpose of my channel is to change that. I have not been very successful because people are very resistant to change. People do not like having their preconceived notions about something changed. So people are very resistant to a lot of the things that I have to say because it really does change a lot about like how people perceive the series, and it makes them uncomfortable. Especially, okay, so think about it this way: like you're one of these like chronically online Dragon Ball fans, right? And you've had like all of these discussions about the series, and like a lot of the discussions you have could be based on absolutely nothing, like just completely misinterpretation, incorrect information, and things of that nature. And to accept that is to accept that you've wasted a bunch of time, and people just don't like that. They would rather stubbornly believe what they believed before to have, all the time that they put into believing something was that way validated than they would to um, learn something interesting and have their perception changed a little bit. You and me both, man. That'd be awesome. A million subs, shit. My content game would be crazy at a million. Whoa, he just one shot me, bro. What the heck? That was intense. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat this guy. It's sad, but it's true. I'm gonna keep trying though, at least until I'm ready to get off stream. Hopefully, I don't end a failure. Uh, See, I haven't looked up walkthroughs on how to beat this guy or nothing. I'm just trying to beat this guy on nothing but skill. I guarantee if I just took a few seconds to look up like a tutorial on YouTube, I could beat him. But I'm like stubbornly like not doing that. Is that blind Vegeta like pride? Maybe. Maybe it is. What an ass. Oh, 10,000%. The amount of people I've met who have told me that, like, I mean, you can just look at the comments on my comment section. There are so many people who are like, "Thank you so much. Like, you've helped me appreciate the series more, given me a new perception on the series." Um, yeah, like people, there's a lot of people who really appreciate what I've done for them, and that feels great. Like, I love that, but um, and I'm not ungrateful in any way. It's just the general population isn't receptive to new information, unfortunately. It's just kind of a reality. Um, well, the amount of people, okay, a lot of people don't know that Dragon Ball is meant as a series to reinforce the ideas of martial arts because they look at it as like a sci-fi thing rather than a martial arts thing, because a lot of people started watching it during the Z era or maybe around like King Piccolo or something like that. But like the series makes it very clear, like early on, like really early on in the series, that like the main focus of the series is to like teach you things about martial arts and like reinforce what's good about it. And I think that just that alone, just understanding that alone can make you understand so much more about the series, because then you start doing your research about, well, what is martial arts? You know, the Journey to the West stuff aside, um, what what is kung fu? What is martial arts? And so, once you start going down that rabbit hole, it just becomes easier and easier and easier to understand why Dragon Ball makes the decisions it does, why Goku is the way he is, why Vegeta is the way he is, why Goku is rewarded the way he is, why Vegeta is punished the way he is, because it's all building onto a consistent narrative that is repeating over and over and over again in the story. Um, yeah, I got so the thing is like even the thing is like even people who understand these things to a degree don't necessarily react well to having their preconceived notions about things change. So like I personally have been accused of gatekeeping esoteric knowledge by people who have who claim to have esoteric knowledge. They basically like have like scolded me for like gatekeeping esoteric knowledge. And it's not that I like that I'm like gatekeeping it. It's just like the only reason I have to like communicate any of it is through like my videos about Dragon Ball. Like it's, I don't know. People are. You're right. It really is just the internet. People are just weird. Like that's really all it boils down to. You're such a jackass pulling out that sword, bro. He's like, all right, I'll just punch you then. How about that? Ouch. Oh, that's why he keeps one shot me because that's a trick. Okay. So when he turns the stone, you're supposed to hit him. You're not supposed to walk away because that's when he one shots you. Okay. How did it take me so long to pick up on that? That's a big revelation for me. That helps this fight a lot. See, the thing I don't like about that though is there's another attack that happens if you hit him while he's stoned. So it's like you get hit either way, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't like that. I think that's stupid. Oh, are you serious? Yeah, like I said, people don't like to have their preconceived notions of things changed. Like, people don't respond to that well. They never have. It's just like a psychological fact, and people don't respond to it well. And the reason that popular opinion fallacy exists is because generally the popular opinion is actually not the correct opinion. Contrary to popular belief, just because it's the popular opinion doesn't mean it's the right opinion. Um, you know, people, and the reason for that is because people generally feed into their preconceived notions about things. So, if you see something that you agree with online, it doesn't matter if it's true. It doesn't matter because you agree with it. And that's the reason that, like, you know, it's kind of like how when people online will say, "Oh, this is bad writing." It's like, well, why is it bad writing? Is it bad writing because it doesn't make you feel good? Like it's not necessarily something that you prefer, something you would want. So it's like that's what makes it bad writing because that's not what bad writing is. Just because you don't necessarily agree with it or enjoy it, that doesn't mean it's not bad. So like people just have this weird misconception about not only like what is good and bad writing, but also like I said, they have these preconceived notions and biases that like prevent them from embracing uh, more nuanced states of mind and views on things. Um, Ow! I keep forgetting he pulls out his sword when he's pissed off. Damn it. See, I didn't even see him turn to stone that time, so I couldn't even prepare for it. Well, so what'll happen is, so somebody will make like a negative take, right? Like they'll make like a negative take online, whether it be Twitter, Facebook, whatever. And if that negative take is popular, they'll regurgitate it, whether they believe it or not. Now, in most cases, they do believe it. I'm not saying they don't believe it, but they'll regurgitate it whether they believe it or not because it's a popular opinion, and therefore there's the clout incentive, right? So, all of those factors eventually lead up to the idea that like popular opinion really doesn't mean anything. Like it's a fallacy to believe otherwise. Well, there's also like the competitive aspect of it too. Like my anime is better than yours, or my character's better than yours, or my anime is stronger than yours, or my character's stronger than yours. Like there's that weird, stupid, like competitive aspect of it too that causes biases, and it's like the thing is, I think okay. Let me ask the chat a question. Have you guys ever found yourself in a discussion with somebody and you can clearly see that their point is invalid, but despite that, and not just that their point is invalid, but they're being like dishonest in some sense, and despite that, you still acknowledge their argument and argue with them? Do any of you guys do that? Like you can see very clearly that they're being dishonest, and you can see like the holes in their argument, but despite that, you still like make an active effort to argue with them anyway. Okay, so let me tell you why that's a bad thing. Okay. When you acknowledge somebody's argument, it validates it. Even if it's completely invalid and even if it's nonsensical um, or clearly from a biased point of view, when you do that, you do give that argument some semblance of validation. So, one of the mistakes that people make, particularly online, is that rather than just all together calling out how ridiculous it is, they take the argument seriously. Like I've seen so many people who consider themselves defenders of Dragon Ball Super or GT or whatever anime, and due to that, they take things too far in the sense that they validate every nonsensical argument that they see online. So, with that in mind, just remember when you're dealing with those types of things that, um, you know, to always just remember that, like, a lot of these people, I call it white noise. And the reason I call it white noise is because, and this is something, it's actually kind of a disturbing idea, but there's a lot of truth to it. But because most of the internet is just a regurgitation of like previously um, spoken information, everybody has like this like hive mind mentality. So to a degree, all the stuff that you see on the internet that you interact with is just white noise. It's meaningless. It's literally just people stuck in a perpetual cycle of regurgitating things that appeal to them psychologically. So in most cases, it is a waste of time to acknowledge some of these arguments. And I think one of the mistakes the community makes at large is acknowledging ridiculous arguments from ridiculous people and giving it validation when it's unnecessary. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes the Dragon Ball fandom or the anime fandom makes in general. Oh, you can't avoid it, trust me. All you have to do is just, when you see something like that on the internet, this is what you do. Because don't get me wrong, I'm a victim of doing this too. I'm sure you've seen my Twitter account. I acknowledge stupid arguments all the time. I'm not speaking from like a holier than thou perspective. I'm not claiming to be any better than anyone else. I'm just saying, next time you see an argument that triggers you or you think's ridiculous, just try ignoring it and see what happens. Just try. You will be very, very shocked with the results. Because, okay, here's the funny thing about it. Here's the funniest thing about it, actually. I give up. I'm not fighting this guy anymore. I can't fight him on stream and beat him because I want to interact with you guys, and it's like taking away from my attention to beat him. I can tell that I'm not going to beat him on stream. So what's really funny about all this, in terms of like dealing with people like that online, is that in most cases, the arguments that they're making are disproven with time, right? So, like, for example, I'm sure you guys remember, like, way back whenever the Super Anime was running, there was tons of people who said that Ultra Instinct wasn't a transformation, right? And then they turn around and like blatantly call it an information in the manga like years later. Like, most of the time these things bear out. Like, most of the time you don't even have to make an argument, because most of the time these guys are proven wrong over time anyway. He does not respond well to getting attacked by clones. He does not like it at all. I'm thinking I'm just going to stop using it because, like, every time I use it, it does a lot of damage. But he starts getting more erratic every time I use it. Oh. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the internet can swallow you up if you let it. Right? I remember there was this guy, Omari. He's like a huge like Dragon Ball Super like hater. He like absolutely can't stand Super, which is whatever. I don't care that he doesn't like Super. But I remember, despite the fact that he was very toxic and very angry and didn't treat people well, and like was running around the internet scolding people, part of me felt sorry for him because the amount of time we have a very finite amount of time on this earth. And the amount of time that he spends just hating on Dragon Ball Super on the internet, like making memes, sharing them, a number of things that are very unproductive overall, it's sad. It's actually sad. Like it's not, it's depressing actually. Oh, he still used the one shot technique there. It didn't matter that I was hitting him while he was stoned. He still ended up using that attack. Yeah, and that's the thing that you have to get over. The need to respond is something you have to get over. Like when I respond to someone online, when I criticize someone, I'm criticizing their ability to make their argument in most cases, not their argument. Like you'll notice that like now don't get me wrong, I do criticize arguments if I think that they're easy to criticize and just absolutely ridiculous. Like if I think an argument's like really easy to criticize, I will. But in most cases, I will criticize somebody's ability to argue their point before I will criticize their point because again, criticizing their point in a lot of cases validates their point. Because you're basically taking it seriously as though it's something to consider and something, and in most cases it's not. You know, most of what helps me deal with like those types of people is just understanding that they're just an extension of like being human, right? Like they're flawed in every way. So it's like you got to understand that like a lot of times they're just regurgitating things they agree with. They're having an emotional reaction to something. In most cases, they're not doing critical things. I've been fighting him for a long friggin' time, dude. For a long time. Of course, it's like super freaking hot in here, and I'm like reading the chat while I'm trying to fight him, and it's just not working out well. Like I am not doing good, but I'm having fun talking to the chat, so it's not really bothering me that I'm not beating him. I appreciate it, bro. See, look, dude, like it's just hard. Well, the thing is like, okay, yes, the hate for the series does come from most misunderstandings in the most for the most part, but the people who are hating on the series in most cases is not even necessarily based on misunderstanding. It's based on just regurgitating misinformation for the sake of clout. And that's why you'll waste like so much time like arguing with these people if you're not careful. And they're not going to change their mind because if they change their mind, they lose their precious clout. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know about biblical. I don't think it has anything to do with the Bible. Toriyama was not Christian. Although I do know a few guys that try to pretend that he was. I'm not going to name names. Ah. Oh, I love the game. It's just this freaking enemy is like hard as hell, but it is what it is. Toriyama said himself that he married Chi Chi to Goku because he wasn't crazy about her character and that he was forcing himself to keep her in the series and to draw her. The reason he doesn't like Chi Chi much as a character is because, don't get me wrong, he did like the initial concept or he wouldn't have even put her in the series. He even like based her on like a movie star and stuff. So like it's not necessarily that he like hates Chi Chi. It's just like as a writer, you have to actually find like a valid function for her in the story. And Toriyama kind of put himself in a place uh, by introducing Chi Chi the way that he did, which is why Chi Chi ultimately ended up being a housewife who like encouraged Gohan to be a scholar because that in Toriyama's mind, you know, basically she had a role by being that way. And she has a role by like domesticating and trying to like control Goku as well. So I don't necessarily think that he like hates her. It's just like as a character, he has to find some validity for her existence. And Bulma, you don't have to do that. Bulma's if her existence is valid just by extension of her role in the series. Oh, I was doing so good. Oh, I'm burning up. So hot in here. I don't think anybody took Toriyama's death well. I mean, any fan. I don't think any fan took Toriyama's death well. I'm not answering that question, Griffin. Oh. I mean, obviously, like I like Beerus. Beerus is a cool character. Sure, I'll go with Bingus for you, Griffin. I'll go with Bingus. I don't know much about Floppas. Like they don't seem as cool as Bingus for sure. But I think the obsession with Bingus is also a bit much. But it's whatever. You do you, boo. That was lame. Bro got triggered because he was comparing Boruto to Dragon Ball, bro. I wish there was a way of recharging that attack. That attack messes him up. See, he's doing this thing where he's pushing me into a wall, and then I can't dodge any of his attacks. Like it's getting really annoying. Oh, a fear of dolls? No, I don't have a fear of dolls. Do I think they're creepy? Yeah, I don't have a fear of them though. I would have no quarry with smashing one's head in or something though, because they are just soulless husks. That is such bullcrap, dude. I literally held R and pressed Y at the exact right time, and it still. Oh, that's triggering me, bro. Have I ever played Last of Us? No. I've heard of Last of Us. I know what it is. So if I played the God of War games, who do I prefer, old Kratos or new Kratos? Um, Probably old Kratos because he's kind of like a caricature. He's not really a character; he's more like a caricature, which I think just for that type of game, it's probably more appealing because he's just like a caricature of a god. I think that's probably more appropriate for the God of War stuff. That was such bullcrap, dude. Um, I mean, new Kratos is cool. I just think that like the God of War aesthetic was kind of at its peak whenever Kratos was just like like a stereotypical god. Like I think it becomes more convoluted the more they try to humanize Kratos. So as a father yourself, what do you think about the relationship between him and his son? I think it's interesting. There is like this weird dynamic you have with your son where you're like, you have to raise him to be a man at the end of the day. So there is like this weird, like, you want to love him and treat him nice and like be good to him, but you also have to like remind him of like the harsh realities of life. Very similar to like Piccolo and Gohan, right? Like it's almost like as a father, you have to have a balance between like a Goku like mentality and a Piccolo like mentality towards your kids. So So that's why you're saying I should play The Last of Us? Because there's like a dynamic like that in the game. I kind of feel like I'm like not meant to, I know I said this last night, but I just feel like I'm under leveled to fight this guy. I went and got enough experience to at least, or I went and got the new staff. I figured that'd be enough. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm coming pretty close to beating him. Decently close. It's just I keep messing up and not dodging his tags. Keep getting robbed. Oh, that kind of attack stuns him? That's good to know. Oh, what? I'm supposed to be invincible while I'm under the effects of that. That was bullshit. It seems like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. It seems you like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. What are your thoughts on Tekken? Tekken's dope too. I'm a huge fan of Tekken. Well, I have a daughter too, so maybe I would like Last of Us. I'm a girl dad, like on Cobra Kai. Ah. So I like Danny over Johnny. Like Danny LaRusso over Johnny? No, I never said that. I do like LaRusso. But Johnny's awesome. Johnny's Johnny's one of the best characters in Cobra Kai. Like he holds the beginning of the series together completely. Oh snap! I don't understand how I keep getting hit by that. I mean, I definitely tend to lean into those characters. Kazuya, Jin, or Hayachi. Probably Kazuya. I just think Kazuya's story is super cool. And plus, he's Devil. And Devil was probably like my favorite character in Tekken for a long time. Of course, I've been playing Tekken since all the way back when Devil was first introduced as a character. So you got to understand like my perspective. Like when Devil was first introduced as a character into Tekken, it was a really big deal. Seriously? Jin has a Devil Jin form, but he's not the character Devil. Like he's not the character. Like he just has like a Devil Jin form. I mean, Jin kind of became the main character after a while. And originally he was the main character. They sort of shifted to Kazuya later. And then they shifted back to Jin after they had established like Kazuya's story. Do I collect action figures? No. I do have a few like Dragon Ball figures, not within arm's reach or whatever, but I do have a few. I wonder if I need to like respec. I'm starting to think that's what I need to do to beat this guy. I need to like respec. Okay, so number one, that's going up. 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 All right, let's see if this build's any better. It could have just been my build that was the problem this whole time, to be honest. I mean, I've written and drawn many things in my life, so yeah, I'd say I know how to do it. I literally write for a living, so you know. How did that hit me, bro? I'm getting so triggered right now. That is a strange question. I guess Priya doesn't know me that well, you know. So, how do I dodge that last? Could Captain Ginyu change bodies with some Wukong? Yes, I know how to write and draw. Like I wrote like one of the most popular Dragon Ball fan mangas on YouTube and designed like all the characters for it and like and I work for another Dragon Ball YouTuber writing Dragon Ball stories for a living. So I basically earned a job writing through just my skills alone. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been trying to do multiple times, and like every time I'd get hit. Oh, this is getting so old. I am doing better with this build than I was, though. Galkin. You can find my fan manga in any of the links for any of my videos on YouTube. I like Ryu. I like Akuma. I like Galkin. I like Ken. I guess Ryu would like by default be my favorite, even though he is. I guess I like him because he's a caricature, very similar to Goku. Like they're like the stereotypical martial artist, and that kind of character's always been appealing to me. But I also like Akuma because he's like he's just like he's the demon nature of a martial artist. I think that's dope too. You know. Oh, that was the closest I've ever been. Since they have no interest in my nerdy hobbies, very little interest in. Well, I'm convinced the reason I'm stuck is because I'm lacking something. Like I don't think it's necessarily that like I think it's literally just my stats or like my build. Either I'm like under leveled, I didn't get an ability that I was supposed to get, or something amongst like something along those lines. I'm still gonna stubbornly try to defeat him though. Maybe one day I'll do a video on the spirit bomb. I'm getting closer to beating him all the time, so I'm pretty confident I'll beat him soon. If I can figure out how to dodge that like last big punch that he does, I'll be a lot better off. But I can't figure out how to dodge it. Like I don't know if I'm supposed to dodge sideways or forwards or backwards. And like there's been a few times that I have dodged it, and then there's been other times I've used the same method and it doesn't work. So it's very confusing. See that right there? I need to know how to dodge that. If I knew how to dodge that, I could probably beat him, to be honest. Because like that is how he keeps taking my health down. Is that attack right there? That, the sword attack, this attack right here where he like does the OP move. Yeah, that right there. That's how he keeps taking me down. He keeps hitting me with the hits, with like the big attacks, and I haven't figured out how to dodge them or handle them or nothing. Like. So it's just about doing it the last second in every turn. So I basically, like you're saying, I'm being impatient, which isn't shocking because it's hot in here. I'm live streaming, talking to you guys. It's just hard to concentrate fully, to be honest. But it is what it is. The thing is like these attacks, you still have to pick a direction to dodge, and it has to be the correct direction. So you can't just like dodge at the last second. You also have to pick the direction to dodge. Do you have like a recommendation? Do you have a recommendation for that aspect of it? Like as far as like what direction I need to go in to dodge? See, I've just dodged it twice, and that alone has made a huge difference. Ah, oh, damn it. I mostly dodge on the right. That's how I felt I did it. So you mostly dodge to the right. Okay. Well, I will say I did pretty good that time just dodging at the last minute, like you said. So I'm feeling more confident for sure. A little too confident. Yes, it's the Egyptian Dragon Ball that you see all the time in my. And yes, it feels more like Sekiro than a Souls game. To be honest with you. Like, it reminds me a lot more of Sekiro. For sure. So does anybody know why earlier in the fight I was healing and now I'm not? Does anybody know why the healing like stopped essentially? I probably took a medicine. Did you change your gourd? Can you change your gourd? Can you upgrade your gourd or anything like that? Because if you can upgrade your gourd, that might explain why I'm not beating him, to be honest. I don't know right now if at that point you can. Okay, another question. How do you use these things? The drinks and soaks. Do you guys know how to use these? Because I can't figure it out. Like I go to press A on them. I thought that they were items that you could only use like outside of battle, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah, how do you use it? How do you use it though? Oh, it gives the effects to your gourd at okay, okay, okay. See, that is handy information. So you're saying that if I go okay, so you're saying that if I go see the gourd guy, I can is it an upgrade to the gourd or is it just like is it a give and take like thing? Is it going to make my like base healing worse if I do that? Okay, well then I definitely need to go change that then. Who do you go? Do you go see the drunk monkey guy to do that? All right, so you want to see my menu? Is that what you said? I just decided to go see the monkey dude because I figured that's likely who I need to go see. If I'm wrong about that, oh well. All right. It doesn't give me. So what do I do here? Go right to inventory. Okay. And I'm assuming you want me to go to soaks. I don't know why it kicked me that time. I wasn't doing anything extravagant. I don't know why it did it that time. All right, so on top of the Lambrew's additional healing. Okay, but how do I equip it to my gourd? Like that's what I don't understand. What is it, Shadow? What is it, buddy? Come on up here. What? Well, come up here. Come on. Just send me a message. Let me know what to do to equip that or whatever. Far too Sega for you. I don't mind if you have to look it up or whatever. I just know that it would help me fight this boss. Oh, so you got to be at the. Okay, I understand. Okay, that's good to know. Well, I guess you guys might as well prepare for my stream to lock up again, because I'm gonna have to travel. Now, after I change my soak and I fight the tiger a few more times, if that doesn't help, I'm gonna call it quits because I just can't play this all day. Uh, God, it took forever that time. All right, so I'm back at the Tigers place or whatever. So brew. I'm assuming it's brew that I need to go to. Oh, so you use both. I see. It's like that goes. Hey guys, so I'm going to run over to my router and plug it up and see if that makes the difference. Just give me like a few seconds. I also think that it might be possible that they have my router sitting in the window and it's like super hot outside. So give me like 2 minutes, okay? All right, I'm back. I'm not wearing that hot hoodie anymore either. Um, all right, so I plugged it up, plugged up the Ethernet. Does the stream seem even any straighter to you guys after I plugged in the Ethernet? Okay. Well, I hope it's good. All right. Oh well, that was fast. Talking about me dying being fast. Yeah, and they did have my router in the window like I thought I did, and it's way too hot. The sun is way too hot for them to be having it in the window like that. That might explain part of the reason my internet's being wonky. I it keeps unlocking onto him, and it's so annoying because what's the point of locking onto a character if it's going to unlock off of it? It's like unbelievable. You want to turn it off and on. Oh, that new health potion upgrade's definitely helping a lot, though. Like I can tell a huge difference. If I could just like stay focused and keep my timing on point, I could beat him. It's really hard to do in these circumstances. But like I see the pathway to victory, like I see it. I can taste it. Oh, by the way, you guys want to see this super sweet Wukong shirt that I've got? Check it out. This is all like Wukong space. It's a dope shirt. Yeah, I love this shirt. A dope shirt. See, like he always gets me up against this little stage here. See, that's when they unlock you onto him when he turns stone, and that's so stupid. Try to get subduing pellets that make you stronger for a limited time. I have some like temporary buffs, but I guess that might make a difference. Do I do it make medicines? Oh, I can make a bunch of these. Holy crap. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It's in the name, bro. Tiger subduing pellets. Yeah, I think that. So here's the dealio. If it kicks me out again, I'm ending the stream because it's just getting annoying. That like cost me the fight. I was closer to like beating him than I ever had been, and then I noticed the stream went out and just completely cost me the fight. Ha! That strategy of like hitting him with a bunch of stuff at once, though, at the very stuff. Oh, I don't even have the screen pulled up.